Hello, happy Thursday. I'm running so late today, but we're here. We got this. What are we doing? What did we do last time? The big thing we did last time was this massive oil refining build. Which is looking good. This is halted. This is halted because we're just full on Q-mean. But the medium distillates have an overflow path, right? And they should be coming up here. Yeah, to high distillates. So I think everything should be... Oh, we're stopped because we're out of oil. Okay. That's not as useful. So today, I don't know what I'm doing today. We need to work on, what did I put on my to-do list? Refined concrete. That's actually a good thing to work on a build for. Because I want to have train tracks automatically running in the new mall. And those are going to need refined concrete. So I think that's a good place for us to start. Well, let's add the train track build to the mall, and then we'll figure out what we need for inputs to it. So that'll be up here somewhere. We're going to need one like that and that. Oh, I'm out of... So those will get brought over. Lamps should get brought in by just the normal construction bots, since we've got a bunch of those. And then when the bots bring over the new roboports, I'll get those put in place myself automatically. So let's take a look here at... Oh, we have 1,000. Okay. Yeah, I set that relatively low. We could set that threshold a little bit higher, but why? So this needs to make tracks. No. Rail. And we're going to use the refined concrete recipe. Rail stacks to 100, so I think 6K is what we want. Yes, that'll be half of that. So input to this, we need steel, solder, bolts, and refined concrete. Steel is easy. Here, let's grab our... Let's just get the bus, like, fully extended. All right, so steel needs to come up from, like, here. And then bolts and solder should both be I don't think they're on belts yet. How much does this use per second? It actually doesn't use that much solder or bolts per second. Do I even need to put them on rails, or can we trust the bots to do it? There's a couple of places here where we have done just... keep a stack of bolts and a stack of solder. And it should be able to handle that. The concrete is questionable. If I want to try to bring in 2 concrete a second from logistics, that one might have to go on a belt. But I think the bolts and solder, there's no reason to make... to make that run on this belt. It's just low enough quantity, and it's probably not going to be used for any other buildings. If we end up needing bolts or solder, we can certainly wire them in here, right, when we get them on the bus. But for now, I'm just going to take them from the Logi network. That should be more than enough RoboPort coverage so that, yeah. Basically, I want it so that any bots that are, like, all the way down at these lowest stations can make it, like, up here without leaving RoboPort range, because when bots reroute to... that one's not necessary, actually. When bots reroute to charge and they're way outside of RoboPort range, they take ridiculous detours, and bots are slow enough as it is. Did I not hook up steel? Oh, I got like halfway and then stopped. That'll be steel in, and then this just needs refined concrete, and that has to be its own build. So let's look at refined concrete and figure out what that build is going to be. 10 refined concrete in 15 seconds. So I probably want 2 machines making refined concrete. This uses 1.6. I could go as high as 3, but that's a lot of refined concrete. Let's do this in YAPC. Let's make a refined concrete tab. Make sure I didn't already make one. So... yeah. 2 a second, steel plates, iron sticks we do on... well... I guess I've pretty much taken to doing most of my metal casting on site for everything these days, because it reduces rail traffic quite a bit. And then the concrete itself... ooh... Cellulose and boric acid recipe. That's interesting. Versus the base recipe. But, like, we can just bring in lime, sand, and gravel, right? These are all things that we have available on Rails right now. I mean, I think this is fine. I don't think it's worth messing with. I mean, we could go higher, right? We could do 4 a second. But with only 0.4 steel a second, though, do I really want... Like, iron sticks, it definitely makes sense to cast on site because I don't have them available on Rails, and they're super undense if you make them anyway. Like, you just make them from plates. But once I already have hot air... But that's the only thing that's shared, right? Between the steel plate and the... everything else. Like, we could do this. Yeah, we'll just do it on site. We may as well. All right, let's get this shopping list exported. And I usually keep the shopping lists down here because the bots will, or it's easy for me to pick it up on my way to the rest of the base because that's where the main road is. All right, what can I do while we're waiting for the bots to populate that, I guess I could check up here. I have to refresh these deconstructions every once in a while because apparently they do time out, and apparently that is an intentional game feature. They're doing pretty good getting this all torn apart, actually. I'm impressed at how far we've gotten on the deconstruction here. I mean, it's probably still tens of hours away from being all the way done, but still. All the random stuff that gets brought in. What can I check? What was kind of bottlenecked at the end of last session? Advanced small parts. Currently blocked on tin because of course. And I kind of expect everything that needs tin to be a little bit bottlenecked right now because we prioritized getting tin chromium alloy delivered to this station, and then we prioritized tin going into tin chromium alloy. So until like tin chromium alloy production catches up, we're blocked kind of everywhere else that needs tin. But the reason for that is that we need the oil, and I talked about this last stream, but the whole reason we did this whole new big oil production setup is that we need some of those byproducts to expand our tin build. So without prioritizing this, we wouldn't be able to start up the new tin build after we make it. I guess we can if we look at tin here, if we think that this is the whole build, and I don't see why I wouldn't say this is the whole build at this point, we can go ahead and set up the requesters for this as well to a requester warehouse. And then those items will be, well, this has to get built first, but those items will get auto-requested by the mall. And I'm going to have to allow list a bunch of stuff, I'm sure. I'm sure it's not already here. But that's fine. So that'll let the mall start working on the tin build while I'm waiting for... while I'm working on the refined concrete build. And then the way this is supposed to work is once the bots deliver everything, I just pick up this building. The items are in my inventory for the build, and the requests are now gone from the network. Ta-da! Of course, we've got a resource rock in the way. I like that when I go this way, it's like, why don't you just do a bridge over the top? All right, I wanted to do that, but in the opposite direction. So, if I say this, will it do the right thing for me? It really wants to go to the right, which is really annoying. All right, I think we got to do like that first, and then like that. That's fine. Okay, so for refined concrete, what do we need to bring in? We need to bring in stuff to make concrete, as well as stuff for casting. And I think those are going to be two different input stations, because I think that's just simpler. So, if we start on this side, 1, 2... One of these is bringing in sand, gravel, and lime, which we should make plenty of. And then that feeds an automated factory. At a lot of items a second, but we actually don't necessarily need this one to work at full speed. We also need water, but we'll deal with that later. 10 concrete a second is like 2 outserters. Here we're going to have the stuff for our cast metals. And I don't know if I can get those to really quite line up. That works. We're not going through either of these items at full speed, so half a belt will be fine. Plus they stack, so it doesn't really matter. And our inputs here are going to be borax. And both kinds of castings. Lastly, we're going to have over here, I guess is where I'll do it. Molten metals in. Oop, and another resource rock in my way. Lovely. This station is going to be for our 3 molten or 2 molten metals plus hot air. Cool. Molten steel, yes. This one is molten iron. And then hot air. That should be what we need there. All right, so we've got plates and sticks on one belt. We're going to have concrete on another. So that just goes all on an output here. That's backwards. And output with our automated factories somewhere like here. How much are we making in total? 4 a second, in theory? All right. Let's see, 0.59 items a second. Yeah, that's fine. That can be yellows there. Reds for the concrete. And again. So that should be refined concrete. No, it's not. I still need water. Wow, I could not have planned that better if I tried. That's actually the right length. Let's see, do we have some water down here? Yeah. Oh, it helps if I actually request the fluids as well, doesn't it? And molten iron. Cool. And then each of these has very little input. A couple of mechanical inserters is fine. All right, now I think we have refined concrete. How's this doing? There is some stuff that has not been brought, and I'm going to bet it all needs to be put in the allow list. So, automated screeners, we're probably not making. Jig concentrators, all right, there's a bunch of stuff. What else? Automated screeners, jig concentrators, jaw crushers, solid separators, electric arc furnaces. Scrubbers we're not making yet. Centrifugal pans and grease tables. Okay. Hopefully that's everything. Woo! I'm sure there's other stuff in here that we're not actually making yet. We just happened to have enough in storage that it got delivered. But I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to add things as we need them, right? One thing at a time. No sense. Now, refined concrete, we need enough of to make rails quickly that I do actually want it here. Don't I set those to something? Here we go. Yep. Clearing some stuff that got put in storage back to the input where it should be stored. Cool. And then this belt comes all the way across here. And then the refined concrete input to this is going to be this side. And that will be refined concrete, and I think that's all this is going to need to get itself going. Obviously, there's going to be... It's going to be a little while before we actually get the refined concrete here, but... Yeah, this needs... radar. I have no idea where my radar grid actually is. That's a pump. There's a radar. That's a pump. There's a radar. There's a radar, and I think this one is the radar grid. Okay. Just trying to figure out where where the radars are so that I can get this correctly on the grid, because I do have the radars all on a grid. Does it really matter if the radar grid gets screwed up? Probably not. There we go. Now I can actually see what's happening here. So we're just waiting for molten iron. Yeah, and molten iron was slow on Tuesday. And I think it's still going to be slow right now, especially since we also requested molten steel. And the way this system works, it's going to want to get molten steel caught back up before it works on molten iron buffering. I could probably change that. I don't know if it really matters. When we redo iron for the next iron tech, that's something we can definitely look into. All right, oil industry machinery is blocked. Why is science not running? Is it one of the expected reasons that science isn't running? Automated science packs, which are blocked on small parts, and small parts is almost certainly still blocked on molten iron, right? So yes. It is the expected reason. And that reason is that we have no iron. We did do some fixes on Tuesday to get this running better. But the reality is, we just need more. We just need to upgrade iron sooner than later. That's the unfortunate reality. And we do have that tech. Did I queue up iron? I have silver queued up. I should queue up iron too. Iron stage 3. We could certainly upgrade iron at our current tech level. Just to stay, just, you know, double it again, basically. Just redo this build somewhere else. Copy and paste it wherever it needs to go. I don't think that's worth it. I mean, maybe it's worth it. We always need more iron. And I've been getting away with only 2 belts of raw iron ore for a long time now, which is a surprisingly small amount of iron ore, right? So maybe it's time to upgrade that. Complex circuits, what's going on with them? I imagine this is the same thing. Yeah, this is tin. Almost certainly tin. Yes. So that's not surprising. How's this going? Oh, some of these probably have, like, dependencies that aren't being made. Well, you just need small parts, okay. Small parts. Small parts. Never mind. They all just need small parts. So that's a problem. I hate to just, like, redo iron, but if I could drop down another another one of these and just have it work, that would be real nice. Yeah, and I imagine there's a bunch of stuff requesting molten iron right now. Yes. So that one is small parts. One of these is, wait, or this one is small parts. This one is small parts. I don't know what that one is. Molten steel, molten iron, and hot air. Oh, advanced small parts, right. Because this is shared, or it's stainless and advanced small parts. It shares that fluid station. I can never remember what that one is because it doesn't make sense. And then this is the mall, right? That requests like everything. So yeah, all of these will eventually get what they need. Advanced small parts, actually. I mean, it does have some iron, but not a full thing of it. So, because it's backed up waiting for tin instead. And I actually can't start the tin build. Well, I guess I could do the build, right? As long as we have all the machines for it, I just can't necessarily set all the recipes. What else can I do while I'm waiting for all of this to go? How are we doing on oleochemicals? We're actually pretty well caught up on them, which is wild. We're caught up on them for now, anyway. I think as soon as some more stuff turns on, we can drain them pretty quickly, and some of the new metals processing is going to require them, so that's cool. Let's look at the to-do list. What else is in this to-do list? Coke oven gas to refined syngas via outlet gas. There was a reason I wanted to do that. Oh, this. Right. It was to ultimately get light oil to petroleum gas. But that was when I was planning on doing bitumen processing, and I switched to oil processing, and I actually don't know if I still want to do that. And I need the petroleum gas. Let's go back into YAFC and let's do some theory crafting, right? I need the petroleum gas for the MIBC. Ultimately, this is what we need. We need 47 acetone and 142 petroleum gas a second and a lot of copper plates. So some copper plates. This only makes, yeah, like 60 petroleum gas a second. So we need more petroleum gas. And the way I had planned to do it was via this recipe, make a nested table here, combined with this recipe. So our input is ultimately some light oil and some carbon dioxide and some refined syngas. And then we can make the refined syngas from outlet gas processing, especially because with our new oil processing build, we're making, okay, well, like 50 a second, which isn't a huge amount, but it's not nothing. So yeah, if we want to turn coke oven gas, and I think I am avoiding coke oven gas in some way right now anyway, because I have excess. Yeah. I'm just turning it into syngas. So if we go the other chain of doing coke oven gas to refined syngas, we're going to make refined syngas from outlet gas stage 2. We get the outlet gas stage 2 from outlet gas stage 1. We get the outlet gas stage 1 from coke oven gas. And we do this at like 75 a second. Maybe we build it at twice that scale because that looks nicer. And this makes, okay, heaps of flue gas that I probably want to process on site. Heaps of sulfur, too. That is a lot of sulfur to get rid of. Also uses some tar. It uses a bunch of organic solvent, which can be made from syngas and acetone. So, like... the ratios get worse and worse as I keep scaling this to be ratioed, and we're not actually going to build this ratioed because 7 of these filters makes all of this way too big. But like that gives us, you know, the acetone plus, oh, but that also makes ammonia. But I feel like that's fine. We would do that. And we would do acetone from cumene distillation, which I don't think we actually make that much cumene even. Let's see if we clear this ingredient count and do it here. Oh no, we make a lot of cumene a second in this build, potentially. Obviously this is all would not be part of like the same build. And then we would double this again. There we go. This is stupid big. Just for the sake of making it ratioed, and again, we don't have to make it ratioed. But if we want the refined syngas for... I've already forgotten what I was going to do with it. For this... Yeah, get rid of that from this build. Here. And we want like 150 petroleum gas per second out of this. So yeah, this brings in, I mean, a bunch of things that, again, I want to do some of these as separate builds. So we'll kind of scale them wherever we need them. But like, the flue gas from this process can quite easily handle, if we convert that into syngas, then it handles its own organic solvent input just fine. And we now have a fantastic acetone recipe, so like, cool. We can also do, oh, that requires arthropod blood. That can't be worthwhile. So yeah, we'll set up a big cumene distillation build, which is just a bunch of DDCs. I think that's easy. We can scale up organic solvent from acetone and syngas. I think that's already its own build. I would be shocked if I hadn't built that yet. We'll find out. No, this one's from naphthalene and carbolic oil is the recipe I've been using. We're also running very low on it, so there's that. Up here, we've got... All right, well, this is acetone, but this is like ye old base. So no, we're actually using this recipe. Do I still want to use this recipe at all? I feel like I have better uses for naphthalene, although maybe not for carbolic oil. Especially now that I have cheap... I mean, I guess not really. It just gets turned into aromatics and coke. Or into creosote. Probably into aromatics and... Ooh, actually... Yeah. Are we turning it into creosote still right now in our tar processing steps? When we overflow naphthalene? No, it goes to aromatics and coke. Okay. Good. Good. That looks like it was bolted on later. So I must have done that upgrade at some point. Same on this one, same on this one. Okay. So yeah, really, it's just turning it into aromatics, but aromatics have more uses. And again, now that we have cheap acetone, like, this makes... The only issue is the ammonia, right? But, like... We always need ammonia. I'm sure our Wohler synthesis is running. It is. Yeah, and this is nearly empty, actually. So, are we actually low on ammonia? Where else do we make ammonia? We got this thing that voids urea. And that's not running. We have ammonia via Wohler. We've got... This makes ammonia, but this is... No, does this still feed the rail base? Is this still hooked up? Or did I kill this pipe? Holy crap! Okay. Yeah, we're still running ammonia off of the belt base. That's ridiculous. Presumably at, like, low priority. Yeah. And I think we do also have ammonia as, like, a byproduct of some things. If we check this at stations... I don't know how to filter provided versus requested here. These are all requests. That one's a provider. Yeah, that's Waller. There's this one, which is the Void. There's this one, which is... Maybe we don't. Okay. So yeah, I think that's definitely worth setting up that organic solvent / ammonia build then. Jeez. I should have done that a long time ago. All right, we'll do that when we're back from the ad break. I do run just the one break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Okay. So we were just looking at... Well, this says coke oven gas to refined syngas, which is... Yes. I think that is going to be this build. That's fine. So we'll scale this to, I don't know, some amount of coke oven gas in. At like minus 100 or something like that. I think that's a fine ratio. And that makes refined syngas. That makes a little bit of syngas. That makes some sulfur. We're also making refined syngas some other way. which I think is just, yeah, filtering syngas. So I might change this to like our secondary way of doing. I'm not sure. I'm curious how much coke oven gas we have like backing up around the base. Because this looks like it's accumulating pretty quickly. Although this hasn't hit the void. Other places that we make coke oven gas? Red Hot Coke might make coke oven gas? Is that a thing? Yes. Yeah, and this is dangerously close to the void threshold as well. So I think we have been voiding it, just not super quickly. Because, yeah, this makes like 30-something...
Space!
Roundhouse Klaus, thank you so much for the follow. Give me 1 minute to finish my thought process, and then I can get you up on the Wall of Fame. So the real question is, are we making enough that this is staying full? And the answer is yes. So... I don't know how frequently... Oh, this is running right now. Okay. So the answer is we have excess coke oven gas. Maybe I want to think of the new build as a replacement for our coke oven gas void. Whereas before we were just voiding it right to syngas, now we're voiding it to... Yeah, because this was 1-to-1 with flue gas. This is also 1-to-1. We're processing, well, there's no flue gas out because we're actually doing the processing on site. But we also get refined syngas and sulfur and some other stuff out of it. Yeah. All right. I like this. So this replaces this then, I think is the way I'm going to do it. Maybe I'll set this to leave this one in place and set it to priority like -2. So it's used only if the other void somehow backs up. That's an option. Okay. And then for this, we're going to need a new organic solvent build. Because our current one is using the old recipe. We're doing, yeah, this one. So let's do a new organic solvent build. And we can scale this quite a bit. We need... How much do we need for the coke oven gas void? 50 a second. Yeah, we only make 30 a second here. Plus, we're going to need this for metals processing. We're going to need this for a lot moving forwards. So we could probably do this at like 100 a second to start with. That brings in a bunch of syngas, but like, look at that. We make a bunch of syngas now. And then the acetone, again, is its own build. From, no, not that recipe. Cumene distillation, right. And let's actually call this build cumene distillation. And again, we could run like 100 a second. Sure, we could run more than that. We could do even like 200 a second here. Our current phenol build is scaled to about 10 a second. I checked this. Oh, 8 a second. Okay. Whatever. So this would like completely replace that build and would give us heaps of acetone to use for whatever we need acetone for. So I think those are the builds. Let's get some stuff. How do I want to do this? These are a bunch of separate builds. Do I want to make them all like separate shopping list blueprints, or do I just want to merge them all together into one requester chest? I kind of just want to merge them all together into one. So that has the DDCs. For the organic solvent, we need 8 chemical plants. For the coke oven gas to refined syngas, we need 6 filters, 2 centrifuges, and 4 wet scrubbers. All right, and that'll be everything we need for... That's everything we need to get up to refined syngas. And then ultimately, the refined syngas we need to shove into this recipe along with this recipe. And that'll give us the full chain. And then the other input to MIBC for when we want to scale up our MIBC is acetone, and turns out we already did that. So it's just going to be the petroleum gas build. Let's get that also figured out in YAFC. I have something that says petroleum gas. Is this what we want, though? No, this is a different build. Do I do this currently? Am I using aromatics for petroleum gas? Oh, no. I have so many things. If I am, it's not labeled on the map. That's a bad sign. Yes. We do have it here. Do I want to be doing this build? And also, do I want this one to be shown as a potential fuel station? Maybe not. I feel like I have better uses for aromatics than this, now that we can do petroleum gas from other things. In particular, you know, we've had this one from refined syngas for a long time, but refined syngas is now a lot cheaper than it used to be. But also the like olefins to refined syngas recipe, wherever that's hiding, it might have been this one. Yeah. It's weird. The game gives me all of these ways to make olefins, and I don't know why. Does it expect me to be using... like, okay, I do need some of them for Nextlet batteries. That's fine. There's this recipe, but like this versus acetone. Yeah, olefins back to aromatics. Olefins to gasoline. There's this olefins and oleochemicals to lubricant, but like oleochemicals are so expensive, and I have desulfurization, so I can just use aromatics for lubricant. All right, Simic food later on. That's going to be, I'm sure, an important use. Yeah, I don't know. It's not... Doesn't really make sense to me why the game thinks I need so many different ways to do olefins. Are chemical plants and wet scrubbers being made, or do I have to... Chemical plants are... Wet scrubbers, I don't see. Let's add those to the list. Yeah, those are going to be probably blocked on small parts still. Ooh, that's missing the ground borer. I'm glad I'm checking this stuff. Add that one to the list as well. And soil extractors... I don't know if we're making those down here. We probably should make soil extractors down here. They're used in a lot of other buildings, but I know they're at least on the allow list. Okay. So yeah, while we're waiting for... While we're waiting for buildings to be ready for us to use for these various builds, let's let me head over to the Wall of Fame before I forget. Turn off the RoboPort when I'm going through here because I don't want my bots to start doing any of this, clogging up my inventory with random crap from storage down here. There you go. Thanks again for the follow. I really appreciate it. And as always, if there's anyone that thinks they should be on this but aren't, let me know and I can fix that. If you followed me when I wasn't streaming Factorio, or if I missed a notification, just let me know. Okay, so I need to still add, I think, the machines for a couple more steps here, right? Because we didn't add the petroleum gas step. All of this is in service of MIBC. So yes, we need the new petroleum gas build. And my question is, am I replacing this? Maybe. But let's just do a new one for now. And if I want to delete the old one, I can. So this is the one that Yafsi thinks is like the cheapest recipe. It thinks this one is fairly expensive, although it makes a lot of petroleum gas. So, like, 100 aromatics and 300 hydrogen into 300 versus... Yeah. I mean, maybe that's not the right choice then. Maybe the right choice is to scale this up. In which case, we don't really necessarily even need this coke oven gas to refined syngas, like, upgrade at all. If we're not going to do that. I mean, if we're going to scale this up... Do we get more... aromatics? Already lost that build. I thought it was up here somewhere. There it is. Each of these makes, what, 75 a second? So I can double this. As long as we're not running low on aromatics, doubling this would be fine. If I check tar processing, aromatics are really close to backing up on that one. And not quite to the level of being almost voided here, but yeah. So it does seem like we're making enough aromatics, and that's just from those two things. And if we want to find other ways to make aromatics, like, there are other ways to make aromatics. There's this one, which maybe we should be doing this instead of normal tar processing. I don't know which one actually makes more aromatics. But, like, aromatics from plants, or leisures and phawogy into 200 aromatics. Is that good? I mean, phawogy is basically free, right? Yeah, creosote, we're already doing this as part of tar processing. Lignin to aromatics is an interesting one. Haven't looked into this. Oleochemicals, lol, no. There's this, right, which just converts olefins to aromatics, and maybe is what I need to do for any backed up olefins anywhere. Tall oil and light oil to benzene and aromatics. What does the tall oil separation give you in terms of ratios? 1:1, okay. But this requires 1:2, so you have to bring in some light oil from something else. Coal water slurry. Naphthalene, which we do as part of tar processing. Light oil we do as part of tar processing. Turning petroleum gas back into aromatics. No, these aren't. These ones I don't think are actually available. Ooh, outlet gas stage 3 plus tall oil into a ton of aromatics. Okay. Maybe this is what I need to be thinking about if I want to scale up my aromatics then. So yeah, maybe we just scale up petroleum gas from aromatics, and then we can scale up aromatics from something like this. From the new coke processing stage. All right, I like that plan. If we need more aromatics, we can find them. So that means this is not getting done. I mean, maybe I should do it anyway, just because it's better than this current path, but for now, we don't need to do it. This build does still need syngas, and that's fine. I think we make heaps of syngas. I'm pretty sure we void syngas right now. So we do still need to do cumene distillation. We don't need this build. We just need to extend this build. Let's triple it. Why not? So that means that I need 2 light oil refineries, I need 6 DDCs, I need 8 chemical plants, and everything else that was needed is not needed, because it was for the other build that I'm not going to do. Don't need these, don't need these, don't need these. Trash unrequested. And we need 2 light oil refineries, which apparently we have, so they're getting sent right over. All right. And I want to add a label down here for aromatics from hydrogen. No, petroleum gas. From aromatics. That's what this is. And then this will be... We're actually going to triple it. Where am I? Where am I going? The mall is way on the other side of the base from where I am. Cool. Love it when that happens. Turn off the RoboPort because we might get a little dangerously close to some of the work that's happening here. And turn it back on before I forget that it's off. Got everything we need. Got everything we need. So, I mean, it's pretty much down diagonally this way. Once we have those rails being made automatically, I might clear out my inventory and push, grab just like a few thousand rails and a few thousand asphalt and get this leg hooked up here, which is going to be a big chunk to build. And then we'll have a bunch of area in here that we can use for new stuff when that's done. And probably, you know, we might be able to take this line right across and this line right across. Not sure yet. Science is back. We're waiting for oil industry. Hey, first advanced locomotive. Look at that. Too bad I can't use this until we... until we what? I need to think about fuel for advanced locomotives. If I want to change all my trains over to advanced locomotives, like right now, all of my depots only have one fuel type. So we would need some major changes there. All right, that's petroleum gas. The other two things, what are we making? We need cumene distillation and then organic solvent from that. All right. Let's drop those down here. We go past Nexilate. I think here is going to be a fine spot. Am I going to need 2 of those? For cumene distillation, the answer is yes. We have 3 stations. Ooh, I'm out of big electric poles. I probably have not been making those at the new mall, have I? All right, I decided not to do this or this. Cool. Find concrete still not happening because still no. Oh, did I not hook? Love it when I do that. Have to fix that when I go back up there. Not the end of the world. What do we got for things I can clean up? A bunch of shopping lists. Progress. Yeah, some progress. We're working on... I'm setting up cumene distillation now for acetone so I can scale up organic solvent that I'm going to need for all of my metals processing. As we get into the chem science tier stuff, a lot of it needs organic solvent or things that are organic solvent adjacent. Actually, I didn't need to do that. So that'll be cumene in, and then we're going to have acetone out and phenol out. Acetone. And phenol. This is going to be a... Where's my... constant combinator. High priority, because that's a byproduct of making boatloads of acetone. But probably this means our whole other phenol build just won't run. Is that going to cause problems if this doesn't run? No. Ash, phenol, some goo. We're going to use less coke and less wood. We use a ton of wood over here right now, so that'll be cool that that'll actually be running a little bit less. All right, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Oh, right, DDCs. Let's do one at a time until I figure out where my inputs and outputs are, because as always, DDCs are the worst. Acetone out. This is phenol out, which I think I need to actually split to 2 halves of the belt. Because each of these makes, yeah, like 2/3 of one per second, which is a lot. 3. I mean, that's it. Besides needing a couple more big power poles down here so that I can actually turn this on. That is now cumene distillation, which we can scale up as needed. Why is this last one not running? Because I'm an idiot. All right. Yeah, and that's about 2/3 of a belt, which is what we expect from 6 of these. And on the other side of this, I guess we can do the organic solvent 2 build, which brings in acetone and syngas and makes organic solvent and ammonia. All right, this one I do have to swap over to, whoops, dual acetone and syngas. Acetone and syngas. And that goes into 8 chemical plants. Oh, and it's just like inputs on one side, outputs on another. I love it when that happens. That's nice and easy. That's fine. That'll build fine. Let's get the outputs also going, though. And then we'll bring this up to, like, here. This is going to be the ammonia out, and that is a high priority because it is the byproduct. And then here we're going to have the acetone or the organic solvent out. Cool. And up here, we just have to hook up our... Do I shift the whole thing down one so that that lines up? Absolutely I do. This one's not going to line up, though. There's nothing I can do about that, so that's okay. All right. So this will get going shortly. The outputs are... That one's hooked up. This one, again, needs power because I still don't have large power poles. So let's go back up to the mall. Let's get the stuff set up for big power poles. Then we're going to have to come back down here. But this is an excellent scaling step. It is nice that things like organic solvent and acetone that used to feel very, very expensive, I now feel like I could just throw around wherever. Like, syngas has been cheap for a long time, but getting the cumene distillation recipe so that acetone feels cheaper was definitely big. And then how is this doing? Oh, this has everything I wanted. Awesome. So this is everything we need for the new tin build. That's just done. Alrighty, let's see if we can figure out big electric poles. Hopefully we have all the stuff we need for them. What do those stack to? 50? 50. Honestly, 1K is probably plenty. We're not going to use those outside of where we need them. Oh, this needs concrete. All right. Steel, niobium, and tinned cable. Okay. Well, steel and niobium I can definitely do. Right? This one's niobium? Yeah. It's a lot of steel, actually. And then niobium, concrete, and huge amounts of tinned cable. Okay. This thing is never going to run full speed. That's fine. The niobium is down here. Steel, niobium. So I still need concrete and tinned cable. All right. Do we even have concrete available? Maybe I need to do that where I'm doing refined concrete down here. Just also fork off regular concrete, and I can deliver both of them to the belt base or to the belt mall. That seems fine. Yeah, we can, like, maybe just barely squeeze a station in here. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna... We're gonna mess this thing up even more than it was already messed up, but that's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to get the job done. Okay. So that is refined concrete, but if we split it off, we can bring it down. All right, regular concrete too. Done. So now up at the mall, I just have to request both types, because I think we're only requesting refined concrete right now. All right, that'll end up with a buffer. No, that one shouldn't be a buffer deposit. That one should be a buffer warehouse. Sorry, I want to do this one like this. And one of these sets can be concrete. One of these will be nothing for now. Concrete stack size is 1,000. Oh, there we go. Yeah, buffer it all. And then again, pretty much this whole crossing I can copy, which is what I've done the past few times. I've had to do a new something here. All right, and there's concrete. So I just need to bring that in here on one side or another. Honestly, I should bring it in where I've got the niobium. I'm actually going to do that. All right, that's concrete. And then the niobium we will do right next door. Because we need a lot more concrete than niobium. Or other way around. And then just heaps and heaps and heaps of tint cable. Changed my mind again. I'm going to do the niobium somewhere else. Do the niobium here. And that'll give me a little more room to do... Ooh, okay. The tinned cable coming up this side. Which... Are we currently casting tinned cable down here? We are not. But I think it's easy enough to do so. Well, besides the fact that we probably don't have tin, this is easy enough to do. Tinned cable stacks to 200. Bolts stack to 200. That's set to 4K. I think that's a fine number. Let's find copper. And then tin, which we may not be bringing in at all yet. I don't think we are. Which might be a problem. Because, like, tin is a problem. Did I just break something? No, we're okay. So in theory, that's what we need. Oh, this needs hot air too. Cool. That's going to be fun to hook up. Guess we'll just shunt it over like here. Cheat a little bit. All right. Besides the fact that, like, getting molten tin to the mall is going to take approximately 10 decades, that should be fine. And then we do need to put it all on... Oh, I don't have fast inserters set up yet. Or bulk inserters set up yet, rather. Obviously, we do have fast inserters set up. Still waiting on electronics, but that's fine. What do I need for bulk inserters if I wanted to set them up? That's actually not... I mean, it's not great, but it's not awful. The chromium, molybdenum, nickel special alloy we have to ship in to the mall still. I don't think we're shipping this in. But advanced small parts, complex circuits, electric engine units, none of those are atrocious. Like, we've got advanced small parts on the belt already, I think. Yeah. And then everything else, we might not be shipping it in yet, but it's not difficult to start shipping in. For now, though, we will use... I guess I'll use stack inserters for now to maximize the throughput, like, into here. And that should do what we need it to do. Yeah, concrete kind of fizzled out as expected. It can only run so fast. So we could actually stand to use bulk inserters here as well, or stack inserters, but... yeah, it's going to take a while until we get a shipment of this, just because it all stacks so freaking high. All right, it is ad break o'clock again. I am going to step away, get myself a little bit more water, because I can feel that I've been talking for a couple hours. And when we return, we're going to keep working on, I'm not sure yet, something. We'll figure it out. I'll see everybody soon. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Okay, where were we? We were in the process of getting refined concrete and concrete hooked up to the mall for the sake of rail and big electric poles. We also need tinned cable for big electric poles, and right now that is probably a problem. So I'm not sure what to do about that. I guess I can go up to the old mall and refill on big electric poles until we get everything we need, like, actually running at the new mall. We do have, I believe, down here, all of the buildings that we need for all of the buildings that we need for tin, the Great Tin Rebuild. But this is still a little ways away. We're still actually waiting on the tech for new tin. Once this is done, we can get our first medium oil derrick and get that running. Hopefully we will get that oil industry machinery 2 tech done soon, depending on how fast science runs. This says half an hour right now, but that's based off of like 6 SPM, so maybe less than that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do to fix science to run more consistently right now because it is broken by all the same metals issues that we're having around the rest of the base. What am I looking for here? Big electric poles. I went too far south. They're up here somewhere. There we go. Big electric poles. That'll do. I guess we could also grab some blue inserters while we're waiting, because those are... also kind of a problem. All right. Is there anything else that we don't really have? Rail. Rail is not being made up top yet. I should grab rail. I brought a lot of bots from... from this logistics network over to the new network. So there just aren't a lot of bots to move very quickly over here anymore. Right, I gotta go fix some stuff down there still. I needed the big power poles because I didn't have enough when I was working on our new organic solvent build, so I need to go drop off power poles at the organic solvent build. And it looks like also I need to set up some more radars down there. There we go. That should be running. Yep. We've got a bunch of organic solvent that's going to be available here soon. From acetone and syngas. This acetone build is going to turn back on. It was backed up on the phenol, but no longer. That is a high priority source, so when things need it, they'll pull it from here instead of from the other phenol build. So I think all of this is good to go. This is a high priority ammonia. Yes. I think the only other question is if I look for like our old organic solvent build, do I want to shut it down or not? Because naphthalene and carbolic oil ultimately are just... I mean, they're just from tar processing. They're not expensive by any means. The carbolic oil ought to be getting turned into something. Yeah, creosote. Okay. And the naphthalene turns into aromatics and coke. Yeah, I'm inclined to take that organic solvent build down. I don't know that it serves its purpose anymore. All right, what I'm going to do is we're going to remove the requests from this. And that way, this will, like, drain its inputs. It's not properly ratioed. Maybe I should just turn off the carbolic request and leave the naphthalene request on. That way it'll drain its carbolic oil first. It's not going to be perfectly ratioed when I do decommission it. We're still going to end up voiding some, but I don't want to, like, void too much. And then for now, this organic solvent, I'm actually going to flag as low priority. Because I want the other one to get used first. And that should be good enough now. Looking at this, what's the ratio again? 20 to 100, so like 5 to 1. I wonder if I should go set up like a alert speaker there. Because I could do that. I could set up an alert speaker that would be like, hey, let me know as soon as there's... Actually, I don't even have to make it a speaker. Yeah, let's go over there. Let's set up some combinators. I'll set it up so that as soon as their naphthalene is more than 5 times the... carbolic oil, it stops requesting naphthalene or something like that. All right. So yeah, we don't request carbolic oil at all anymore. We request naphthalene, and right now we're requesting 70,000. But instead of that, let's do something like arithmetic combinator. We have so much carbolic oil, and we need 5 times that in naphthalene, right? Yes. We output that as naphthalene. And then a couple of decider combinators. Naphthalene is less than minus 70,000. We output naphthalene at minus 70,000. And if naphthalene is greater than or equal to minus 70,000, we output naphthalene at its input count. There we go. So now our requested amount is however much we need to get rid of all this carbolic oil. Up to 70,000, because that's what our buffer can hold. And then at the end, we'll have a little bit of carbolic oil. Under 5,000, because that'll be the last, like, naphthalene delivery. right, will be at 25,000 at a time. So we should have under 5,000 carbolic oil that we void when all is said and done. Cool. That should be plenty of organic solvent for the short term. Did I already scale up the MIBC build? I think I did. Yeah, we're up to 5 machines with prod modules. Yes. So this should be good for, I don't know, let's find out. What does rate calculator say? 200 per second. Cool. How is... I mean, tin is going to be tinning, right? It's just slow, always. Slow, always. An iron is running. It's curious to me that we have... I'm worried iron isn't running consistently. I'm worried we're not getting enough, like, trains into this station bringing iron ore in. Because, like... I mean, one, you can see how close to emptying this is. But also, I'm looking at this, and when I came to look over here, like, only half of these machines were turned on. And we can see right now that they're not even all turning on, which means that some other things might not be running fully, or are all just starting to run fully again now that we have enough iron coming in. Yeah, we're just right on the edge of being able to supply this build. And, like, that's my fault for bringing in iron ore on trains. The reason I do this is because we have ore as a byproduct from a bunch of other processes, and, like, I want to be able to get rid of it. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to deal with that, like, long term. I'm going to set both of these to a lower train limit and see if that gets it load balancing better between these two stations. Obviously, the right fix, and I didn't realize that this was still using blue inserters. Iron loading needs to be orange inserters, obviously. That would help a lot with our, like, overall train throughput. But I'm hoping if I set... Yeah, now we're starting to get trains sent to both of these. And that should make it a little bit more balanced, getting trains in and out of here. while still being able to, like, fully saturate this guy, which is set to, like, 4 trains limit. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, now these are all actually running, which is good to see. So it was just like, we had run out of ore, I think, and everything was kind of just catching up. So... but hopefully it'll run a little more smoothly now. I would love to see this thing actually getting close to, like, full. Oop, yep, and as soon as we have plate demand, that's gonna affect things as well, so yeah. Molten steel is mostly accumulated though, which is good. I'm assuming molten iron is still actually a problem though. Like, majorly a problem. Yeah. Yep. Does look like the mall managed to get what it needs, at least for now. So that's good. Still no molten tin, but that's okay. Yeah, that'll be... We might not get molten tin here until I get the new tin build done. That could very well just be a thing that isn't happening. I see a bunch of logs going into storage up here, which probably means that the buffer down here is, like, full. Yeah. Not a lot we can do about that. As wood is pulled through the system, the logs will be automatically moved from storage back down to this buffer chest, so that's fine. Oh no, we ran out of science. Darn it. We only need, like, 91 more. Come on. Don't die on me. I'm assuming that automation science is still going to have issues. It did manage to get some small parts. That's good. But it's going to be a... Gonna be a minute until we get it. All right, that's actually not that bad. If it is running, then that's fine. Although it looks like we probably got a delivery of molten iron and managed to make some small parts. Yeah, we have a couple deliveries of small parts available, but they're not really running consistently. Do we have antimony again yet? Has that turned back on? No. And I'm assuming that's still blocked on, like, ethylene glycol. Yeah. Silver is... Where did I build silver? Right here. I mean, it's running. It's just slow. And our other silver is from ash separation and soot. And I do wonder if... oh, well, we just got a load of soot, so that's good at least. I was about to say, I wonder if we have too much... If we're producing less ash for some reason, or if there's something else funky that's restricting our ability to run this build more frequently, because if this was running a lot, we would have a lot more. You know, how much silver can this make? Just 0.45 a second, but still. But yeah, okay, this isn't running at all right now. So yeah, that's maybe part of why our silver broke, is we don't have ash. How is that possible? I mean, I say, how is that possible? This makes some... What does our ash demand look like? Are the things that need ash getting enough ash is one of the questions. It looks like it. I see some things that have ash requested, but they're all getting ash deliveries. So yes, we do have enough ash for all the things that need it. Well, except for this one, but this is probably the void, right? Yeah. So... What is... Oh, this is ash from the other base. Yeah, so that doesn't feed the void. That's fine. Which other ones are not on the void? This one's not on the void. This is ash from... Okay. Yeah, this needs to be marked as voidable. And probably I've copied and pasted that to all of my... Well, nope, this one's not even a depot. I mean, it shouldn't matter. It seems like they are all being pulled from, but... Yeah, some of these definitely do need to be fixed. This one is priority -1? No, priority 99. Oh, network ID -1. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Why is this here? Oh, because you have one ash in your storage. Surely that was an accident. All right, this is backed up, I think, but it's running fine. We're just making more electronic grade silicon than we need right now, which is great. I'm okay with that. Surmet is not a problem anymore. Not that I expected it to be. What's blocking electronics? High power resistors. Okay. And probably several more deliveries of them, unfortunately. Yeah, because it's 20 resistors into just one of these. Ouch! Okay. So yeah, until we get tin going again, that's not happening, unfortunately. And that does block us getting blue inserters running up here. Because I'm using this recipe that takes electronics. Which is, what I'm saying is tin is still the high priority thing for us to work on, which should surprise no one. Okay. What else? What else can I be working on right now? This is the question. Other than tin, like iron is going fine. So much of the base is bottlenecked on tin. The other big bottleneck for several things is silver, which is up next in the tech tree after tin, so I can't jump on that yet. Oh, do I need biofilm for tin? Maybe I should be working on this. Let's double check our inputs. Yes, I do need a little bit of biofilm. Yeah, let's double check our inputs here and make sure that we've got like everything that we're gonna need. MIBC, yes. This is what we just did all of our work for with oil processing. Borax, that's a chunk of borax, but it's fine. Sand is fine. Pressurized air, we should actually be making on site. So let me add a pressure pump. We need to add a pressure pump to the requests. That's easy. Organic solvent is fine. Kerosene is fine. Oleochemicals is fine. Soda ash regeneration solution we're not making. Biofilm we're not making. Everything else we're making. Okay. So we need biofilm, and we need soda ash regeneration solution. And I need to add a thing to this request, which is a pressure pump. And I don't know if those can be made or not, but there's one in logistics storage, so we don't have to worry about it. So, biofilm, which we don't need a heap of right away, but I'm sure we're going to need. It looks like we have 2 recipes. There's one that uses rayon. Which makes so much more biofilm from everything else. Like, same amount of lime, half the biomass, 33% more basic substrate, and but just a couple of rayon. That... Yes, none of the ingredients there are, like, hard. But also, rayon's not... Well, I'm looking at it now. We got some rayon. In the grand scheme of things, rayon's not, I don't think, particularly expensive. Except, apparently, that sulfuric acid is still my, like, freaking nemesis. But I think using rayon for biofilm is gonna be a reasonable choice. How are we doing on sulfuric acid? There's only 2 stations that really desperately want it. But our manufacturing is, I mean, it's rolling. We have a bunch of acid gas. And we just got more. Oh, and there's 2 more trains with this stop even. Okay. Yeah, we're getting tons of acid gas delivery now. Cool. So it might take a minute for sulfuric acid to, like, catch up on its demand everywhere, but it's not awful. Okay. Yeah, I think let's do the rayon recipe then for biofilm. And the other thing we need is soda ash regeneration solution. No, this only has 1 recipe. Ash, water, saline water, soda ash regeneration solution. All right. How much of this do we need? We need 7 a second. One of these machines makes like 40 a second. Okay. So we could do this with just 1 machine to start. We might need... Oh, excuse me. We might need a second machine later, of course, but it's fine for now. Let's get that stuff in YAFC then. Yep, that's reasonable. And then the other one is biofilm. 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 Yeah, 1 factory makes 1 a second, which is plenty. How much basic substrate do we make right now? 5 a second. Okay. So I'm going to assume that leaching 2 a second out of that is going to be significant. So we might need to expand basic substrate. Which, like, sure, we can do that. Then again, outputs are fully backed up on it, so maybe we don't have to. If we're only using like a fraction of it, then I'm not gonna worry. Yeah. Maybe maybe I way overbuilt this when I built this. Yeah, that's wrong. But yeah, this is scaled to be about 5 a second, I think. Based off of, I think it's ultimately the cellulose that's the limiting thing. Like it's 0.4 out of 0.85 times 5 times the 2.85. Which is Yeah, this is 6.7. So possibly more than 5, even though this says 5. Oh yeah, because that's 3.75. Oh, are we scaled to microorganism mines? Not. We are. We're scaled to microorganism mines, not to... Oh. Well, that's stupid. We should be scaled to cellulose, because cellulose is the thing that decays. But I think that would mean putting one more microorganism mine on each build, and I'm not sure if that's feasible. Do we have microorganism mine Mark IIs? Almost. So that would be an option, is I could upgrade just the microorganism mines in this build. And then that would have it be definitely limited by the cellulose. Well, either way, for now, I think we make enough basic substrate. I'm not going to worry about it, and we'll see what happens later on. So for the biofilm build, that's just one automated factory. Soda ash, it's just one agitator. Yeah. Cool. One agitator, one automated factory. I'm not even going to request those in the chest. I'm just going to request them in my inventory. Agitator. And automated factory. How do I get back to the mall so I can actually pick those items up? All right, and then once I grab those buildings, I can also grab the buildings for the tin build, I guess. Both of those are coming from storage, it looks like. Cool. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. This is waiting for advanced small parts and a destructive distillation column Mark II. DDC Mark II is also waiting for advanced small parts. All right. We need a lot more oil to run the new oil build at full scale, so we're waiting for the medium oil derrick. I did already make... right here, drilling fluid 2, and it has long had time to fully buffer. So as soon as I have a medium oil derrick, I can try to find a bitumen seep and get that set up. Have to find one that's at a good place to hook up to rails. That one's right on rails, actually. That could be a good one. Or one here. That could be relatively easy to hook up. There's a couple up this way. Not as useful. Middle of power. Right on fish. Yeah. Yeah, some of these are not in useful positions, but we'll find one that is in a good place and take advantage of it. Maybe here. Over, down. That could be in a good place. And do I want to grab the buildings for tin processing already, or do I want to hold off? I think I'm going to hold off on those for now. We'll grab them later. What I am curious about, though, is we have concrete, but not yet refined concrete? Yeah. All right. Well, we will have refined concrete soon, but that means we should have big power poles, which we do not. Why is concrete not coming through? I must have missed a belt somewhere. I did miss a belt somewhere. Actually, I don't have to go up there and fix that. This is in bot range. The construction bots should be able to get that going. So that'll be concrete. The other thing that's missing for big electric poles, though, is tinned cable. And that is not going to happen immediately because we still need molten tin. And then the other stuff that's blocked on advanced small parts, where are advanced small parts coming in? This one? Yep. And those are up here, and I'm assuming those are also blocked on, like, molten iron in some capacity. No, it's tin. Okay. It was one or the other. How's tin chromium alloy doing? See, tin chromium alloy is still being distributed. So I don't really want to take this off of high priority if we still have so much like pent-up demand for it, because tin chromium alloy is used in a bunch of oil refining processes, but like a lot of those are sinks for other things. Oh, hello. What is this? All right, so yeah, this guy's blocked on here, which is blocking multiple other trains. All right. That one finally figured out it can go around, which is cool. I like these guys are now queued up behind each other, but that does mean that these other trains are kind of... Ultimately, the issue here is a train which takes in ash, but which is... Or, sorry, a train that unloads ash from blue inserters instead of, like, orange or green inserters. Because that's just too much stuff all at once. Cool. That's, well... Is this train going to loop all the way around because these guys are waiting here? That's funny. I mean, it works, but still funny. Yeah, that was a full-blown traffic jam. Cool. All right, let's go get biofilm and soda ash regeneration solution made. I guess we'll do them down here where I've been starting to do other new stuff. May as well. Oh, something else that I might want to do is put asphalt onto rails. rather than having to come over and grab it manually when I want a bunch of asphalt, like, I could have it delivered to the mall, and then I could actually have, you know, a stack of asphalt in my requests, just like I have a bunch of landfill in my requests. And then we would always have a little bit of asphalt available to us. But it's really just asphalt is really just a sink for bitumen that's not being used for anything else. So, like, meh. If I'm going to change it so that it, like, actually does get shipped out, then I probably want to set it up to be made deliberately and consistently rather than just as a way to get rid of bitumen. So I may not do that right away. I think down here where I've been doing some other stuff is going to be just fine for these 2 builds that I've got to do. Double check that science has not broken for a new reason. Well, excuse me? Wow. My muddy sludge is over capacity? That's cool. Didn't know that was possible. Do I have a muddy sludge void? I do. And it's currently not running. Has no trains assigned to it. So why isn't this being sent there? Wait a second. No, input signal. No, those are connected. Oh my goodness. That's been hooked up to the output of this. Huh. How long has that been broken? That's probably been broken a long time. There's several of them that I've found that are like this. I must have done it wrong once and then copy and pasted it a few times around, which is super cool. But okay, we should be able to start getting rid of... That was a choice that this train made in its pathfinding. It was the wrong choice. Yeah. There's probably more that are like that I have copied the wrong things to or from, unfortunately. What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for. So we got to do biofilm, which is just like one assembler, and soda ash regeneration solution, which is just like one agitator. Both of these are going to be real simple builds, which I love. All right, it'll take a little while for this to get the things that it needs again, and turn back on. But Cason should be at least running at this point. Yeah. All right. That's, that is all unfortunate. Let's see. Solid drop off. We'll do the... we'll do the biofilm first. That's just like one assembler. Rayon, lime, biomass, and basic substrate. All right. And then the output of that, we'll go ahead and down here. How much biofilm does that make? 1 a second. All right. 1 inserter. Easy. And 1 inserter. And that's biofilm. That was easy. And then the other side of this will be the soda ash regeneration solution. We need to bring in ash and saline water. Think we do ash right here. Because this is just ash, I'm not going to bother making it a high throughput station. I think it's fine that it's just blue inserters, because nothing else is going to get blocked here on the ash being unloaded, even if it takes a long time. And then that needs to feed into an agitator. Yeah. Something like that. And agitator. And then when we scale it, we'll like do something like that. So the saline water comes in from the same place. All right, Twitch wants to run an ad. I'm going to let it do that. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get a little bit more water, stretch my legs, and then we'll be back. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, I think we're back. Sometimes the Twitch dashboard glitches out and doesn't actually tell me when the ad break is over, so hopefully people aren't missing anything. I apologize if so. We need to bring in this. And this is going to be the saline water input. And then we're going to have our output here, as well as water input here. And water input, I'm actually going to do this, which is a little roundabout, but it means that if I do expand this in the future, it'll be just a lot easier to deal with. Oh, but each of these wants 10 ash. Ooh, okay. I changed my mind about this whole layout. Since each of these wants 10 ash, I really don't want anything else on the ash input side, which means it's going to be more like that. And then the saline water in. This will be output. Which I'll have to figure out where that goes. And then water inputs, yeah, are a little bit easier to deal with now, I guess. All right, we do have ash on the way. Do we have saline water on the way? We do. Okay. So that just leaves a fluid output at the bottom here. And that will be the soda ash regeneration solution. I don't think there's anything else that really needs to happen for that. Okay, we've got... Oh, it would help if I actually hooked up the inputs to this, wouldn't it? 3.2 items a second? All right. Sure. Can I prod this? No. Can I prod this? Yes. Do I care to prod this? Do we need to prod this? I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? Especially if we don't need the full bandwidth of this assembler. May as well. So, yeah, this is all still blocked on advanced small parts. I probably need to turn off the tin priority for tin chromium alloy. Even though we are still consistently getting demand for tin chromium alloy. I think we have enough of all the things we need, like, buffered. Well, I can't see them because I didn't put another... I need to put more radars over here. But we do have decent amounts of, I think, kerosene and grease and stuff, like, buffered here, which is hopefully enough to get tin, like, rolling. I guess I need to go up there and check. I need to see how much of that stuff we actually have. So let's do that. Let's head up and see how much of that stuff we actually have. And I can definitely put down some more radars while I'm up here so I can actually look at oil processing, like, generally, and don't have to come here every time. But, yeah, over at this end, where we couldn't see things, we have a bunch of xylitol. I don't think we need that one for tin. We're full on kerosene. And we're like half full on grease. But even still, that is a lot of grease. I'm not sure how much tin we can make with that much grease. It's a lot of tin. So I think even if tin chromium alloy gets a little screwed up, that's going to be okay, is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we'll be able to get tin built and up and running with sort of what we have buffered. Meanwhile, let's get radar coverage expanded. Nope. Didn't need that one. We've already got one there. I do think we need... We've got that one there. We're going to have one here. There should be one that's like down here somewhere, shouldn't there? So if I just search for radar... No, they don't show up when you search for radar. What are they called? They're called radars. You just can't search for radars. Cool. But yeah, there should be one like... right around here. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's not going to work as cleanly. We're going to have to bring power a different way for that one. All right. There we go. Radar coverage. Science is halted on probably still PySci 2, right? Yeah. And we probably still are not up to how much casein we actually need to get a delivery. Yeah. This is going to be slow. I could probably increase the size of this build, but like, I think this is scaled to how much Corlex milk we have. So all that scaling this up would do is just like help us burn through the milk buffer faster so that we can just convert it all over to the casein, but it doesn't really help us with anything long term to invest resources in that. Yeah, everything needs advanced small parts. Here's what I can actually do. I can hand feed some Advanced small parts. If I grab them from the belts, wherever they are... These belts... And yes, I'm grabbing a bunch of chromium that I don't need. That will get made and shipped over here. And shipped over here. Logistics robot. All right, maybe I'm doing that part myself too. Unless a bot actually did already. Oh, no, it grabbed it while I was looking for it. Okay. The rest of those can go away. Oh, whoops. I didn't need those requests anymore. 50 radars. Are radars in the things that are craftable? Boom. Medium oil derrick, just about to be made. All right, so we can go get a oil well set up. That'll be a nice... nice thing to get done. So then the question is, where do I actually want to put this thing? Looking at bitumen seeps, there's 2 of them right here. So I wonder if we don't just put a station down in this area and just, like, we can hook up to even, well, we're not going to have a second oil derrick, but we will have an easy place to hook up a second one if we want to run more oil there. And that seems fine. Course, where is the actual bitumen? Oh, it's like right here. I'm practically standing on it. All right. Yeah, that'll be out of the way of, well, depending on where things get put, it will be out of the way of rails. And what a mess. See what we're doing. All right. So we're going to have oil out, but first we need to bring the drilling fluid in. And that happens right here. Drilling fluid 2. And we only want 1 train load. Even 1 train load is more than we need, but also it's basically free, so who cares? So that'll be the drilling fluid in. Yeah, it only needs like 2,000, but a train load is 25,000, so that's what it gets. And then other side, we will have the pickup. All right, that should be the output. That was easy. Yeah, and this is coming a ridiculous way from where that was made. It's like all the way up here and down here and down here. And this is why I want to get trains hooked up through here. And then probably something like here up to here. I'm still not sure if I want to go all the way from here down. That would be a lot of landfill. And it's a lot of rail on area that we're not going to be building like factory parts. Pardon me. I do want to keep the excuse me. I want to keep the lake mostly as a lake. Like we'll run over it, but I'm trying to follow a little bit of the natural geography. You know, obviously we'll landfill over small areas, but larger things, I'm trying to respect the geography a little bit. So oh, this needs power. Now we wait. And it will eventually... That'll eventually pop. And it should be close to like 600 oil a second. Between the tier 2 machine and the tier 2 drilling fluid. But then there's this random number between 4 and 16. And I'm not sure if on our other ones we've gotten lucky or unlucky. So I'm not really sure how much we're going to get pulled out of this. Every drilling cycle results in 100 of the desired fluid. Oh, maybe this is only going to be 300 a second. The drilling fluid gives us a longer, like, run time, but it doesn't improve our actual extraction rate. I think I misunderstood this before. Okay, so this is only going to be, like, 280 a second, plus the 140 we have is only, like, 420. So I think I do actually want to pop this one as well. Which means I need another medium oil derrick. Which... Oh, should actually be being made. Because I never removed the request from here. It just needs small parts again. All right, let's, I'm going to copy and paste this to start. Just because I do want to see... Yeah, oh, and I can't see which corner is the right input, but... Let me hook up both of these pipes to this so that they kind of run together. I'm going to put it here. I can always rotate the building later. And then the output of that is going to be pretty similar. Except... Except I did the thing. All right, we're going to re-drag this pipe as well. This output doesn't have to go all the way down here. It just has to come to, like, here. Cool. And that'll be the output. So as soon as we have another one of these, we can drop it off here, and we'll get a second one going. I'm glad I built this here, then. Well, I guess I get to trudge all the way back to the mall, hand feed some advanced small parts, and then come all the way back down here. What's all this? Oh, aluminum. Lots of aluminum there. I don't know if that's useful to me. I might even go so far as to say I know it's not useful to me. But it is there nonetheless. All right, so same as when we came up here before, I just need to hand feed small parts to this because all of the small parts are sitting on a belt, so there's none available for the none available for the bots to grab. So I will just grab a bunch. Oh, they did get advanced small parts. All right, never mind. Cool. And I have this advanced locomotive that I need to decide what to do with. Let me put this somewhere where hopefully I will find it again. We'll play with that another day. That's getting a bunch of those built up is definitely like on the to-do list, but I do need to decide how I'm going to do the upgrade and how I'm going to like refuel everything. So I don't know if it's... Do advanced locomotives take regular locomotive? No, they're totally standalone. Yeah, so my trains are just useless to me. There's no recycling recipe. They're not part of the upgrade path. They're just trash. And something I could potentially do is modify the schedule that Cyberson uses, which you're not supposed to do. To like recall all of my trains. That sounds complicated. Oh, of course. It's on the wrong corner. And we need power, which we will route over by connecting this up. All right, there we go. That one is also going to start going. Why does this have 70? When I specifically... Oh, because I didn't hook up... Darn it. I was specifically trying not to waste this, and there's probably another train on the way. Yes, there is. Cool. All right. Fine. I'll have to figure that out later. For now, that should work. The train will be able to empty itself when it gets here. There's enough space now. This is dangerously close to being ready to pop. Well, dangerously close, like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. But yeah, I'm expecting this to end up being, I guess, like 280-ish a second. What's the one that we have right now? If I find that. That's tar. That's also not what I want. I don't actually know how to search for this. I guess we search for crude oil, and we say the station that we're making crude oil at. There we go. Because, yeah, this makes 140 a second, so we expect twice that to be 280 a second. So yeah, 280 plus 280 plus 140 is going to be like 700. And 700 should be enough for... Well, this oil processing will only do 600. So 700 is more than enough. And if there's any other weird little things that use a little bit of crude oil, I don't know if such things exist. I mean, we need a little bit for our fluorine void, I think. Looks like there's this recipe, which could be interesting. Arcod jelly and crude oil directly to kerosene with Arcod 3s. That's cool. Petroleum sulfonates. That sounds like a thing we're going to need. Oh, look, we need it for Iron Stage 2. Okay. So, yeah, we are going to need to make... we are going to need a little extra crude oil. So I'm glad that I went to the trouble of getting both of these ones up and running. I was worried it was going to have been a waste of time, but apparently not. Let's go back over there. Let's watch it pop. Oh, it's dark. Of course it's dark. Why wouldn't it be dark when something interesting is happening? But yeah, should be 280 a second. Boom. Yep, 280 a second. Perfect. And there's about 2 billion in there. Okay. So this isn't going to last forever, but 2E9 divided by 280, 7 million seconds, give or take. $2,000 hours. Which makes me wonder if there's any reason to do higher tiers of... And maybe I just got lucky and this is the 16X. But even if it's the lower end, that's still... Well, 500 hours. Okay, yeah, 500 hours is a... is an amount of time that one can spend in this game. So, maybe tier 3 mining fluid is worth it, but tier 4 doesn't seem like it would be, unless you're really expecting to run. And maybe for other resources it's useful, but for oil, I don't think going beyond tier 2 is really worthwhile. How's the mall disassembly doing? Still going. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Don't need concrete. Yeah, my inventory is getting a little bit sad. Hey, science is back. That means we got PySci 1 running again. Or sorry, PySci 2. Excellent. I imagine we accidentally made a bunch of chitin. Yeah. This, and I suppose I could fix this so that it's enabled not just for when we want to make when we think we need Paragen, but also I could gate that on us having all of the inputs here. And that would potentially help. Also, I don't know why I have another one of these ghosted in. Do I actually need it for my current scale of science? Or was that a, like, at the next scale, we're going to need that, so I put it in? I don't know. It's not in my to-do list, so it is lost to time. I'm going to hope it's a for future-proofing thing. It looks like we do have all of the other science packs. Yep. I don't see any Pi-Sci... a little bit of Pi-Sci 1. Okay. So this should actually be requesting... If I check stations associated with Pi-Science 1. Yeah. It wants to bring in more Pi-Science... Or sorry, Pi-Sci 2. I keep saying Pi-Sci 1. It wants another load of Pi-Sci 2, which... yeah, it's about halfway to getting that. It's not the fastest recipe in the whole wide world, and it's going to take a little while for it to catch up, but it's all right. Science is running again. That's what matters. Automation science packs are currently running again. Good to see. Logistics science packs are turned off. Oh, because we have plenty of them. Oops. Yeah, we have plenty. Cool. And chemical science down here is running. Okay. At least for now. Until we run out of red chips, which is probably sooner than I would like. But it is running, and we have a lot of it buffered as well. All right. Oh, it's kind of nice that the earlier tier sciences broke, because it means the newer ones had a chance to buffer a little bit. Yeah, Pi-Sci 1 is well buffered. So it's, I mean, automation science and now Pi-Sci 2. That are our current limiting sciences. What does this think? An hour and a half. Ugh. Well, we're not going to get to that tonight. That's for sure. That is going to be a next week thing at this point. The question is, what do I do in the interim while we're waiting for this thing for an hour and a half? There's probably still more mall work I can be doing. Ooh, we have rails. Excellent. Big electric poles. Also excellent. Oh, big electric poles means this got a delivery of tin. Cool. And what else do I need to think about here? I do still need to do green and orange inserters on the mall. But until blue is actually running, that seems kind of pointless. Getting blue inserters running is blocked on tin. I probably do need to expand high power resistors a little more, but again, without tin, yeah, that's 6 a second. And what are the inputs? I didn't actually look. Yeah, 4, 2, and 2. So this could go almost double this big and still... No, quadruple this big. No. Yes. Yeah, we could go almost quadruple this big, and that would be like these belts coming in would be full. Although I'd have to change this output a little bit because one inserter is not enough for that. Yeah, these are still waiting on high power resistors. They just use so many of them, and unfortunately, high power resistors are also what's blocking medium power resistors. So even once this gets a delivery of tin, the delivery of high power resistors is going to go... Well, they're going to be split, right? One will go to medium power, and then one will come over here to electronics Mark 1. Which does need a label. Let's do that. Let's label a few things, actually, because I've been bad about labeling today. This is cumene distillation and organic solvent. Hey, more crude oil. Cool. Yeah, this one only had 2.8 billion. No, and the other one had 2.1 billion? Interesting that they both say 2.1 G when this says like 2.8 and 3.3. Oh! I know why it's 2.1 G. Because that's in 32 max. That's what that is. It's the largest positive 32-bit number. So yeah, this amount has got to be tracked internally in a... Oh god, and you could prod module these. That's not what I want to do, but you can. So yeah, the total amount has got to be tracked internally, and then it'll eventually it'll sink below 2.1 billion. So this is just crude oil. What else have we done today? This is, yeah, what is this? Drilling fluid 2, which I did not label last time. Sorry, I know labeling the base is not, like, the most exciting content, but this is what's going to stop us from spending 3 hours trying to look for stuff in the future, which is even less exciting. That is pretty good. Didn't I do more? Yes, we have more stuff here, don't we? We have biofilm and we have Soda ash, regeneration, blah, 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 blah. Cool. What else did I build today? I think that's it. I think that's everything. We fixed Casein, but that wasn't a new build. I haven't done any builds over in this direction in a while. We should figure out what should go here and get this, like, closed up. Get this closed up. Get this all, like, hooked up. However, I'm going to end up doing that. And then... I don't know. I'm not sure after that. We'll probably keep going south. Once the old mall is torn down, like, there's more that can be torn. Like, I could tear down the whole, like, Legacy Belt base if I really wanted to. I don't really want to. I'm happy to just kind of let it be there as a museum, although some days I do really want to tear it down, so, But in general, like, if I did want to clear this all out, that would give us some space to build, like, in here, which is kind of prime real estate, right? That's the middle of the base. This line here and this line should join up as well. Obviously, we're getting into a big lake here, so we'll have to work around that if we want to keep expanding in that direction. We're kind of walled off in this whole corner, honestly. We have some space to expand to the bottom, possibly to the east, depending on the shape of things here as this goes out further. And definitely to the north. So the north might be... Maybe the north? Once we get this boxed in and we fill in some of this area and we get this boxed in and we use the last of this area, maybe our next big expansion push will be to the north, like right in here. And science is slowing down again. Cool. What are we out of this time? No, it's still Pi 2. Okay. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. It's taken a little while for that to accumulate. Maybe it is worth making that last research center. 3 of these is... almost 15 a minute. And Pi 2... yeah. Is consumed at double speed, right? Yes, 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. So that's like 7.5 SPM. And each of these runs at... well, it's 1.5 is the speed, but it's 120 seconds. I've done this math before, and I never write it down, so I have to redo it over and over. So each of these guys runs for 80 seconds. So 20 of these means that we would do 1 science in 4 seconds. And that is... 15 SPM. Okay. Which means that I would need 30 SPM of this to actually run the whole... That's right, because the lab is, like, accidentally double speed. Just one of these, like, wings of the lab complex is what I actually built my science scale to. And I have two for some reason. Largely because it looks pretty. It's probably actually better to get rid of those. Is it better? It's probably the same. I was thinking, like, if this is running twice as long, then we're not wasting VatBrain cartridges, but we're still going to use twice as many VatBrain cartridges. So, like, we use the same number of cartridges, just do we use them half the time really usefully and half the time completely uselessly? Or do we use them half the time halfway usefully? I don't know if I said that right. Oh, look, more science. Not the science we need, but perhaps the science we deserve. Yeah, what else can I be working on? This is really the question for me right now. And I don't necessarily have a good answer. I might just call it here for tonight, to be honest. I think we made decent progress on a bunch of the prerequisites for our tin rebuild. We have to wait for the tech, obviously, so I still need to come up with other things to do when we come back next Tuesday. But I think this has been a long enough stream for tonight, and it generally, again, I'm calling it a useful set of things we got done. So thanks very much, everybody who tuned in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, I do stream Pyanodons every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time over on Twitch. And the link to that is down in the description. Do I have anything else to say? No, I don't. That's it for today. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see you next time.